Hello. So, it's what day is today? Saturday? It's Saturday, February 2nd, and today I don't really know what I want to work on, so I'm probably just going to work on a bunch of random stuff. But the first thing that I wanted to show was a little gadget that I've been working on. A little bit of background context. I spend a bunch of time on some IRC channels, and one thing about IRC is it doesn't have persistent logs or persistent anything, and so you basically connect to it, and only when you're connected you get messages and stuff, and typical 70s technology, whatever. But there's this other technology called ZNC, which allows you to have basically a persistent connected agent to IRC, and then when your client connects to the ZNC client, you get all the messages that you missed. And so I wanted to hook up a ZNC client and try and get that working, but the way I currently have IRC set up is, let's see. I currently have it set up so it automatically creates a login for IRC, and I configure with Puppet, so whenever I make a new machine, I just run basically this script, and it'll install all the packages and stuff and configure my IRC client so it works fine. But it turns out that in order to, like, I want to be able to connect to ZNC, and ZNC has a password, and I basically want to automatically configure that password, but unfortunately I don't have a great way of encrypting data into Puppet, which I host on GitHub. And there's some ways to do this. So there's a thing called Hierodata Puppet, which basically you put a bunch of YAML in your repository and it hooks things up. I played around with Hierodata and it seems to work. Let's see. I just made like a very basic Hiera setup where I have a common.yaml which sets some values. And then I made a Puppet class which uses that, and it turns out that it works. It writes this text to disk. However, the default for Hiera is everything is in plain text, so if this were my actual password, I wouldn't want to check that in. But there's this thing called, is it YAML or something like that? Yes. So YAML is a way to encrypt data into your repository and like basically check it in. And so I wanted to try and get YAML working, but the only backends for YAML right now are, where's the list of them? They're somewhere down here. And the only ones are GPG, plaintext, which is not actually a valid backend. Do not use this. Two-factor, which uses, note this plugin mandates the user enter a password. It's useful for non-automated scenarios. Well, I already have to enter one password for this, so I didn't want to use a second password, so that one's out. And then there's KMS, which, like, I'm not going to set up an AWS instance or AWS service account, whatever, just to use this. And I could use GPG, but I'm already, like, my current bootstrap process is put an SSH key on a machine and run this. And I didn't really want it to go to put an SSH key and a GPG key on a machine and then run this. I don't really use GPG for much. Like, I think the only thing that I use GPG for is uploading to Dead Snakes. And that's only because they don't let you do it with an SSH key, so. If they let me use an SSH key, then I wouldn't use GPG for anything. But So my crazy idea was, okay, well, what if I could make an EYAML backend that uses my SSH key? And at the same time, like, not require me to enter more passwords. And so I knew that there was a, I guess, like, persistent daemon running that manages SSH keys on Linux called the ssh-agent. And you can see, like, I have one private key registered to my ssh-agent, and the way it works is there's a environment variable called ssh-auth-sock, and there's this socket file that exists here. And it basically, you can query this in some ways. Now, I didn't know what APIs it supported or how to query it, and so I did some research. Let's see, where's the GitHub tab? I did some research and I found this blog post from 2010, which demonstrated some code that they like reverse engineered. Oh, you guys probably can't see this because the text is tiny. They did some S-tracing and found the code that the SSH agent was using to query that socket, and then they reproduced it in Python, although it was Python 2.4. And so I wanted to see if I could get this code running, and so my first approach, like my first was just like trying to understand what this code is doing. I didn't actually read the blog post because there was a lot of text. Probably should have read the blog post. It would have made it easier to port the code. But I took their code and rewrote it and made it work for Python 3. And it turns out all their code was doing was querying all of the SSH agents that are available, which, if I can find that. So I changed that to a function called list identities. And I guess, yeah, so I ported this to Python 3. The Python 2 code, like, didn't work with Python 3. And so I had to make a bunch of changes. But yeah, the first thing that we do is connect to the socket. And the socket is known based on the environment variable that I showed you earlier. And then we list all of the enabled or setup or I don't know, the active SSH keys. And then we find our key by using the keys comment. So the list identities API returns basically the path to the key and a key blob. And so we can actually see that up here. So we get the key blob and the comment. The comment is actually, well, at least from my experience, the comment is the path to the SSH key, not necessarily a comment, but so in this case it was this value right here. And in fact, I bet if I strace this, we can kind of see it. I don't even know where to begin here. This is gonna look like a bunch of binary now that I think about it. Oh, here is actually the part where it's getting the payload back. But anyway, not super interesting. But anyway, so you get the contents of the key and the key comment, and the contents are 3 parts. The first is a string that's just SSH RSA. Then you get your public exponent and the modulus. So this is basically the parts of the public key. Once we had, and so all this demo did was find the public key, sign a message, and then verify the signature. And so the way it did that was by calling the sign API, which is up here. You basically send a request that has this byte, and then the public key contents, and then the thing you want to sign, and then whatever flags you send. I didn't actually find the documentation for the flags, and every example that I found always set flags to 0, but don't know what those are about, don't really care. But yeah, you send that request, and then you get back a response that has a signature blob. And the signature blob starts with a again the SSH RSA string, and then a big integer. And the big integer is actually a string that happens to be just like bytes, and then you hex decode them and then turn them into integer. Well, I guess it's just a bunch of bytes, and the way the original code worked is it just turned it into an integer. And then to verify the signature, once we've gotten our big integer out, you raise that to the public exponent's power with the modulus, and then put in hex. Oh, and then you encode it to hex for whatever reason. Oh, I remember why. You encode it to hex so that you can grab the last 40 bytes or last 40 characters of it, and that'll be the SHA-1 sum of the thing that you told it to sign. So the sign API is basically take this string and encode, I guess, like, not really encrypt, I don't want to say encrypt, but like, I guess it is encryption, asymmetric encryption. But like wrap the SHA-1 sum of the string that you told it to sign, and then return that back. But anyway, this didn't actually help me write encryption, but it was useful for me to figure out how this API worked. And so then I found a bunch of other sources. Did I cite them? Probably not. No. Well then, let's see if I can find them. Cryptography, Stack Exchange. I think the way I found it last time is I started to ask a question. Symmetric encryption, ssh-agent. And then it just kind of, yeah, here we go. This is the article I found, which basically says I want to use password-based system, but use the SSH agent as the password. And this guy says not in general, only if the signature algorithm is deterministic. But their approach here, and like the same approach that I took, is to take the signature and use that as the password for a symmetric key, and then use that to encrypt some values. So we can look at the code for that. So most of this source looks very much the same as the original one, where we're just like reading values off of a socket. We have the same key type as before. It doesn't actually find the modulus and exponent because that wasn't useful or wasn't necessary for what I needed to do. I still have the same list identities call from before. We'll get to this in a second. And this in a second. Yeah, so I made this small little program. Let's see, encrypt, and it takes values on standard in. So if we give it like hello world, we'll get back this response, which is the encrypted value. And the way it works is this script takes a key ID, which by default is the path to the private key, which, if you saw from before, that's the comment that was used in the key. And it also takes a file name, which by default is dev standard in, so by default it's whatever I pass into this here, so like literally these bytes. And then it's either encrypt or decrypt. So if we're encrypting things, we call the encrypt function, which converts the input to bytes, creates two random values. One of them is, I called it the challenge. This was also what I found from some other source code that also called it the challenge, and a salt. And this came from the cryptography docs. So the challenge is 64 bytes, and that's what we'll end up signing with the ssh-agent. We look at this get key function. We connect to the socket, grab the key just like we did before, and we sign the challenge. This time we're just getting the signature blob back, which usually is 256 bytes. I won't show you guys the signature blob because that would defeat the purpose of this crypto. Although I guess it doesn't actually matter because it gets randomly generated every time. But then you take the signature blob and use EBKDF2HMAC. I copy this code from the cryptography docs. These are not the docs. Where are the docs? This one. Using passwords. Yeah, so this is essentially, let me make this bigger. Oh, we lost it. This is essentially the same code as over here. I literally copied and pasted it. But it takes the signature blob, which is like a 256 byte password, and uses that to make a, oh, I don't know how to pronounce this. My guess would be Fernet. Fernet? Okay. We're gonna go with Fernet. If I'm wrong, whatever. But it uses that 256 byte password to make a Fernet cipher. And then we just use that key to encrypt the data. You'll notice that in order to get this symmetric key, we had 3 inputs. One of them was, well, I guess, yeah, 3 inputs. One was the key ID, which allowed us to look up that SSH-agent key. The other was the challenge, which is what we ended up signing. And the last was the salt, which is what we used to create the Fernet key from a password right here. And so in order to retrieve this key, we need to be able to present all 3 of those data at a later date. And so when we encrypt something, we need to make sure that we record those, the challenge and the salt. We'll assume that the key ID is constant, but whatever. So I make this encrypted object, which is not actually itself encrypt, whatever. It's a bad name, but whatever. It keeps track of the 3 values that we care about, the payload as well as that salt and challenge. And for convenience, I just dump that out to standard out in JSON. You can see here. You'll also notice that we get a different challenge every time, so we'll get a slightly... Wait, we have the same payload. Did we get the same payload? No, the first bytes are this. The first bytes of the payload happen to be the same. Which is weird. But I'm not gonna think about it. Maybe that's just... These bytes are always the same. Maybe it's some header, which should be fine. Anyway. So we dump that out to JSON, and then decryption is similar to encryption. We load the JSON, we construct this encrypted object, so we have back our challenge, salt, and payload. And then we retrieve that encryption key and basically decrypt it. And so that allows us to implement this symmetric encryption using just the SSH agent. And with that, I'm able to, in theory, implement eYAML for Puppet. So roundabout way to do stuff, but I think it works. The unfortunate part is Puppet is written in Ruby, and I'm not a Ruby programmer. I've written a little bit of Ruby. It's okay. I don't want to like crap on it because like I don't like it, but a lot of people like Ruby, and it gets like people write a lot of code with it, and it gets the job done. But it's not my cup of tea. I've written a little bit of Ruby, but if I wanted to write an eYAML module, I would probably follow one of the examples. For instance, the GPG example. It seems like all you have to do is implement two things. One of them is this file, which is trivial, and this file, which is trivial, so that one's not the interesting one. Where's the interesting one? This is the interesting one. So I guess I would have to implement this API, which is encryptor. I see, but again, like this is asking for a password. I don't want to. I don't want to have to use a password. Where's the actual APIs? My guess is the self.encrypt is one API and self.decrypt is the other API. And I would just implement those plus whatever options. I assume I would need an option for the key ID, and then in the output I would just store the challenge, the salt, and the encrypted value. So I might work on that on stream, but I mostly just wanted to show what I was working on and kind of demo this. I probably should have written this on stream, but would have been an interesting time. I spent a lot of time like poking around on Stack Overflow and like not understanding what was going on and debugging stuff, but it was pretty cool. Oh, I guess I should demo it actually decrypting stuff. So if I encrypt it and then decrypt it, we'll get back out the original bytes. And it even works with Unicode. Oh. We print the snowman and we get the snowman back. It's a little bit slow. Oops. Tim, tell me how long my program takes. It's a little bit slow, but I don't think like this isn't actually performance critical. And I'm not even sure what part of it is slow. It might just be the import. Decrypt. Well, that's not very slow. I guess I would need to do it twice to be representative. That didn't do anything. Oh, I think that's only timing one of these. Maybe I'm using time wrong. Okay, that looks more like what I expect. So I need to time this whole pipeline. Yeah. Anyway, something is slow, and I don't really care. There are times where slow things matter, and I think this is not one of them. I wonder if it's just talking to the SSH agent. Nope, that's a... Well, actually, I don't know. Let's see. Just importing that file. Yeah, it's not talking to the SSH agent, so it's whatever the cryptography parts are doing. It could also be that I don't have very much entropy, and so the urandom read, I guess I could profile it. Let's see. So we have a p-stats file, and in order to... I think I can do... Oh, p-stats? Not helpful. This is listed by what value? I don't know how to use p-stats. Anyway, the thing that I know how to use is converting it to an SVG. Using this fork of gprof to dot. Think like that, and then like this, maybe? Okay, that worked. And what's the, like... Zoom out a bit. Oh. Giant SVG. Well, there's the bottleneck, I guess. Right there in the middle, bright red. Oh, that's the whole module. What the hell is this? This is a, it's a profile. I just wanted to see why something was taking so long. So I wrote an encryption decryptor thing that uses ssh-agent for silly reasons. It works, but it's a little bit jank. But this is a SVG of the runtime, and it looks like it's spending 30% of its time generating the cryptographic key, and it also spent a bunch of time importing somewhere over here. Yeah. It spent 40% of the time importing. Which makes sense, I guess. But this profile is pretty hard to read because there's a lot of just like noise of stuff taking 1 millisecond where it's not super... Oh, it looks like 60% of the time is spent importing. Which is weird because when I timed the importing, it did not take that long. So it might just be that constructing the cryptography objects causes a lazy import, which wouldn't surprise. But yeah, that's that. So how are you doing, Ethan? You can optimize your imports. Oh yeah, or you could zip app, whatever. Which actually, I used zip app recently to make a pretty cool thing. I had never played with zip app before, but it's kind of cool. But I made virtualenv work out of a zip so that you can do. I made it so I could do a couple things. Hey, Mindful Fox, how's it going? The first one is you can use python-m virtualenv just by putting the wheel on the Python path. And it works. But the thing that I wanted to enable is basically a way to download depth equals 1. Is a way to download in the same way that getpip.py works. So there's this bootstrap.pypa.io, and if you curl this, it downloads a giant file. I'll probably drop frames, but what am I gonna do? And the way this works is it's basically towards the bottom, there's this giant binary that's just embedded inside this script, and you run it. I'm not going to run it on my system, but you run it and it installs pip. But I wanted the same thing for virtualenv. I wrote my own janky version of it. But I wanted to upstream it. And the way my janky version works is it hard codes a file on PyPI, downloads it, checksums it, and then unzips it and runs it. Which, like, it works, but it was kind of janky. So what I did is I made, where is that file? Tasks? Yeah. So I made a little script in virtualenv and a patch to make it work that basically zips up the files that are needed for a zip app and then produces a PyZ file. So if I run that, there's this virtualenv.pyz, which is a zip archive, and you can actually run zips in Python, oddly enough. And it works as if it were virtualenv.py, and install stuff. All is what I wanted. But yeah, I worked on that because I wanted a way to like vendor a little file. I'm moving to the Bay Area next month and the housing is insane. How much are you paying for rent? Way too much. So I live in South Bay, which is a little bit cheaper. Let's see. Rip. Let's see. So I can show you where I used to live and where I live now. I used to live right, where is it? 3rd and Folsom. I used to live right here. And that was in 2013, which is now 6 years ago. And I was paying like $3,100 a month for a 1-bedroom, which probably sounds like a good deal nowadays. Why did I move out of SF? I moved out because I didn't like the area I was living in, and it was kind of loud, and it was expensive, and it was dirty, and I was just like, I'm gonna try South Bay. And at the same time, one of my friends from college moved to the Bay Area, and he was working in Palo Alto, which is way down over here. And I was working in San Francisco, and he's like, oh, well, it would be really cool if we room together. And you look at the midpoint between San Francisco and Palo Alto, you kind of land in San Mateo, which is where I've been living since then. 3,100 is like a broom closet nowadays. Yeah, if you want to live by yourself, that's certainly true. If you live with other people, it can be way cheaper than that. And if you happen to find like rent-controlled areas, you'll have a much better time. But now I live in San Mateo, and used to have a roommate, and together we were paying $26.50 a month for both of us. So it was like, what's that, $13.75 each? No, $12.75? Anyway, somewhere around $1,300 a month. Which was more reasonable, but then you kind of pay for it by having to commute to the city. which for me it actually isn't that bad. Like the train ride from San Mateo to San Francisco is like 25 minutes or so. And the train gets off, let's see, the train gets off right here, and then my work is right here. Wait, here, no, yeah, right here. So I walk all the way from Subway restaurants to Lyft HQ right here, which is phenomenal. My commute from like public transit to the office is minutes. And my home, the place I'm staying, I can't really call it a home. I mean, it's where I live, but I don't know, could be better. Is like a 3 minute. I mean, I'm not gonna point directly where my house is because I don't really want. I don't really want you guys to show up at my house. But I'm very close to the Caltrain station in San Mateo, so it works out pretty well. I mean, you never know. Like, some people on the internet will go to strange lengths to triangulation complete. Yeah, it's somewhere on here. I'd be fine having a party, but we'd probably organize that not on stream. But yeah, and then so my roommate moved out, so now I'm paying. I think the landlord raised my rent by like $100, so I think I'm paying $27.50 for a 2-bedroom that has a backyard and a front yard and like nice neighborhood. I don't leave my doors locked. That's the other. I guess that's the other reason that I don't tell you where I live is I don't usually lock my doors because San Mateo is a much nicer place than San Francisco. Am I gonna get another roommate? You know, I don't know the answer to that. I kind of like living alone-ish. Like, I'd be down to get another roommate. I just haven't. It's so much work to like find people and then like find people that you trust and stuff. Yeah, I have another bedroom and it just sits empty. Honestly, I could house like 4 people comfortably in here. Hi, I'm your other roommate. Yeah, send me a Twitter DM. we'll look into it. Oh, someone is asking me to merge their PR. Oops. They had a documentation update and I said +1 and then I forgot to merge it. I was looking at Sunnyvale, Santa Clara area. I don't even remember where Sunnyvale is. Shows how much I know about. Oh, it's down here. That's really far away. Where are you planning to work? If you don't mind telling. Google. Okay, so you'll be in Mountain View. So then Sunnyvale will make sense. That'll be cool. It's exciting. Is this your first job out of college, or I don't mean to like ask your age. Yeah, rent is ridiculous down there too, especially in Mountain View, or in Palo Alto. Although I have a friend who lives in Palo Alto that happens to be in a rent-controlled area where they don't necessarily get screwed by that. First full-time gig. That's exciting, man. Good luck with that. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Oh, I just got pinged in IRC. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I wanted to make a get virtualenv.py, and so I made this PyZ archive thing. Is it the last commit? No. And it works, and it's better than my janky download script. Why does this whole commit? Oh, I see, because I cloned with depth1. Anyway, so that's why I live there, and I guess before that I lived in Berkeley. Let's see, where's the like roundabout area? What's the name of the street I lived on? See, I would come from the Berkeley Caltrain, or not Caltrain. No, that's Emeryville. Where's the downtown Berkeley stop? I really liked Berkeley. What is it called? BART. Okay, yeah. So I came from downtown Berkeley, and then I would come up Durant. Oh no, I'd come like Channing. I used to live on this street or this street. I think it's this street. Like a complex here. Yeah, that sounds right. I used to live like right here. I don't know why it's not letting me put a pin there. Yeah, right by all of the fraternities. It was basically just a summer place to live. I had a lot of fun there. It was oh, did I have any issues with landlords? So I kind of like cheated a little bit there. My landlord was a subletter that wasn't supposed to be subletting, so I just pretended to be them for the like summer I was there. Also, like, they weren't a very good subletter because they would just like show up in the middle of the night and like sleep on the couch. Yeah, I missed all the game days, which yeah, was a bit of a bummer. But the frats were still active over the summer, which was kind of surprising. I went to a couple parties. It was fine. But yeah, the person I was running from would just like show up in the middle of the night unannounced and sleep on the couch, and like I would wake up to this girl in my living room and be like, what the fuck is going on? So I had to sleep with clothes on. It was a little bit weird. Yeah, please no. What's up, Juan? What is this emoji that you've and you know it's a Python day. I mean, I don't sleep completely naked, but I wear less clothes than I would if a random girl was in my living room. We'll put it that way. But I never did talk to them after that, which I hope they didn't judge me too hard. But you're supposed to take clothes off with girls. Yes, that's true. But at the same time, like, they were a stranger to me and showed up unannounced and had a key to the place that I was staying. But yeah, that was a different time for me. I also dyed my hair when I was in Berkeley. Let's see if I can find. I'll open up Facebook on a different window so that I don't dox all my friends. Let me find the photo. No, I don't want to update my profile photo. Here's one. Oh. View image. This was me when I lived in Berkeley. The super moody picture was completely necessary here. But it was very, very blue, and I was pretty happy with it. But it was a different time for me. I might do it again, but there's a lot of work to like. What was my thought process? I was like, you know, what's something I've never done before? I've never dyed my hair. Let's see what it looks like. And then I like bought stuff on Amazon and tried to do it myself. It was much worse when I did it myself. I ended up having a coworker help me with it. Where's the photo? Let me find. I have like a photo album of all of these on Facebook. How do I... Albums. I don't use Facebook enough to actually understand where these things go. Oh, here we go. I also bleached it before I dyed it, so it looked really, really crazy. But my first dyeing was not... I guess I can show you the bleached photo. Where's one that's not? Ugh, these are all awful. Like terrible focus, cell phone selfies. Here's one. I don't want to full screen that. Dyeing your own hair is impossible. So yeah, here's where I bleached it blonde. Which quite a different look for me. I might do that again. Like, this isn't so bad. Bleaching it was actually pretty easy. The hard part was trying to dye it myself, which I was not particularly good at. Also, I took like a time lapse as it bleached, so like I have like slightly less and less bleached hair from when I started. Like, it starts out brown, and then it progressively gets... I don't want to show these because they're a little bit weird. I guess here's like a even more pronounced version of the... Why did that not load? It's very well cropped, but here's the like even lighter color that you could see in the light. But let me find one where you can see my really poor dyeing attempt. Alright, well, it's a mirror selfie and I'm not wearing a shirt, but it'll be close enough. What year was this? This was in 2012. That was 7 years ago. This was my first attempt, where you can very clearly tell that like I failed at dyeing some portions, which is why someone else helped me the second time. This wasn't terrible, but like it wasn't great. But it was there was an attempt, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough of that. But I liked Berkeley. At that time, I had to walk, like it was a mile-ish walk. Yeah, that was what I was going for. r/ there was an attempt. But yeah, it was like a mile walk, and then I would get on BART, and then BART would drop off, where is it? At Montgomery Station. And then at the time, I was working at Yelp, which was right here? No. Third in Mission? Was it second in Mission? No, it was right here. That's where the old Yelp office used to be. So I would get off either at Montgomery and walk to here, or I would get off at Powell. Sometimes I would fall asleep and get off at the wrong station, so sometimes I walked from Powell. Sometimes I would wake up and realize I was still on the train down here at like 20 or 16th Street and like have to come back. I'm like, yeah. That was when I stopped like sitting down on the train and I started standing up. How long was that commute? On a good day, I guess I can just type it in and see. What was the name of this street up here? Prospect Street. Well, I'll need a cross street, because that's not where I lived. Ah, dang it, I lost it again. Oh, actually, that's not terrible. Is it 706 Mission Street, San Francisco? We want public transit. We're not biking that whole distance. It was about an hour commute, I guess. And that's with the transfer. Which wasn't... Wait, this has a bus. I did not take a bus. Why is this shorter? What? I'm very confused. Oh, did I put it in the opposite direction? Yeah. Oh no, yeah, I put it in the opposite direction, so I didn't actually take a bus here, so I walked here, so it was probably about like an hour and 20 minutes. Which is fine. I got work done while I was on the BART, where I think at the time I was playtesting my game, And so like I would spend most of the ride making sure that my Android app continued to work. Which, let's see, do I have screenshots of it on GitHub? I've worked on it a couple of times on stream, although I haven't worked on it in a while. It's a game called Kenken, which is kind of like Sudoku, except kind of different. The concept behind the game is you have these cages, which are outlined darker, and inside the cage they have a number and a math symbol, and you try and fill in numbers that would result in that math symbol. So this might be 1, 2, or 2, 1. So there could be a 2 in this or 1 here, essentially. Lucky, I would get sick if I tried to do work on a moving vehicle. Yeah, so the thing about BART is you don't, I mean, you know that you're moving, but it's not like you're being jostled that much. It's a pretty smooth ride. I mean, granted, there's sometimes when it's not, but like the ride from Berkeley to SF was pretty smooth, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, I totally get you. Like trying to like work in a car is really hard. Let's see, is there a more modern screenshot of this? There's a better, I mean, there's a bug there. Does this have a good screenshot? No, that's only part of it. Yeah, I guess not. Anyway, this was a pretty funny bug. If the time zone changed while the game was running, you would get this like crazy negative high scores. I haven't worked on it in a while, and there's still a bunch of bugs. Although I play it pretty often, because it's so nice just like sit there, unwind, and play a game kind of deal. But yeah, I would spend, like, I didn't really notice the commute. The hard part of this commute is, and it doesn't show on this map, but the walk from here to here is entirely uphill. And I was a little bit more overweight at the time, and so making up that hill was sometimes rough. Also rough about that, I think it's right here. One of these corner streets that I would walk by all the time. Is it this corner street? I don't know. There's some intersection here where there's a cream, which is an ice cream cookie sandwich shop, and the like terrible and this is not an advertisement, I'm not sponsored in any way, but the terrible thing was pretty much every time I walked by, if the line was short, I would get an ice cream cookie sandwich because I just couldn't help myself. But they were so good. Yeah, holy diabetes. This is like way too intense. Like I never did toppings, so I think I like lucked out on that part, but those are good. But I would get an ice cream sandwich like most of the time. The unfortunate thing is there's creams like everywhere in the Bay Area now. In fact, there's one like right down the street from me. What? No. Oh, I don't want directions. Go away. So like, there's one like 4 or 5 blocks from my house, and fortunately, so the thing that I've been pretty good about is I don't tend to walk this direction very often. But there's probably one down in Sunnyvale too. Let's see. Where's the like redo search in this map? What do you get from there? So I usually get, let's see, do they have a menu? Menu. Oh, it's right there. Large letters. So I usually get some cookies. Yes, few cookies. The ones that I really liked were they changed the name of it. So I would get the peanut butter cookies most of the time. I also really like their toffee nut. And sometimes I get the double chocolate chip. Oh man, this is making me hungry just talking about this. But then, where's the ice cream choices? Yeah, where's step 2? Okay. Back, oh, then the ice cream choices. And the ones that I liked, let's see. This text is tiny, you guys probably really can't see that. Oh, we've triggered the responsive. I liked the cookie dough. This one's new. I'm gonna have to go try that. Shoot. I love butterscotch, but I can like never find butterscotch ice cream, so I might go indulge myself after this stream. They're peanut. This is peanut butter. Oh, peanut butter twist. Yeah, here we go. This was pretty good. They're both of their caramel flavors were good. I would pick one of those two. Yeah. But anyway, we're like super off topic. I haven't written any code today, so maybe I'll write some code now. But yeah, I would walk by there all the time, and unfortunately, I'd spend a lot of money there. But yeah, it looks like there's one in Palo Alto or in Cupertino, or yeah, Palo Alto or Cupertino. I don't know why I clicked on this. But yeah, let's close some tabs. Okay, so back to this because I wanted to actually look at this. Blue snow, standard entry point specification. Oh, does this turn it into a single file? Does this work? Oh hey, Juan. Juan is hosting me with one viewer. Is it just you, Juan? Thank you. How does this thing work? Oh, you do it with setup tools, I guess? One man army. Oh, that's pretty good. Something tells me that this thing is not functional. I just added two-factor to my web app. What are you coding? I actually haven't started writing any code today. I was trying to figure out how this blue snow thing works. And I think the answer is not very well, given it has an import error immediately. TQDM. What is TQDM? Their dependencies just wrong? Requirements. Yeah, they're missing TQDM. So, guess I won't be trying this. But yeah, one thing that I wanted to look into today is I added support for PEP 484 type comments to PyFlakes. I think I have it open. Yeah. So I added PEP 484 type comments to PyFlakes, which before, I guess I can show you. So before you would like from typing import dict, for instance. You would make a type comment for this, which would show like what it's going to return. So this type comment is invalid. This is what I want to type. This is the type comment that says this is a function which takes no arguments and returns a dictionary whose keys are strings and values are strings. And if you were to run MyPy on this, it would pass because you have a valid type checking. But if you wanted to do something like this, I don't know, silly example, and this takes a dictionary of integer keys and strings and returns a list of integers, and then you try to call it completely garbage example, but if you tried to call it incorrectly, like this would work, but MyPy is going to tell me that the types are wrong because it parses those type comments and knows what's going on. But what I was trying to do was, if you run flake8 on this file, it reports these imports as unused imports, and if you commented them out, then it'll pass flake8, but now MyPy doesn't know about those types. And so what I did is I added support for parsing those type comments to flake8 or to pyflakes, and then therefore flake8. I can type flake8 correctly. And now if you can have these imports, and flake8 succeeds and MyPy also succeeds. And so this was kind of the main thing that was blocking me from adding types to Python projects. Because before, what you would do is you would put these no QA comments everywhere and have a bunch of ugly hacks to make stuff not error in flake8, and I didn't like this, so I didn't do it. Are type comments common? So the thing is, the type comments are really only necessary for Python 2. In Python 3, you would use the built-in annotation syntax. So this is the equivalent of the above code, but using the Python 3 syntax. The one on the left is more readable to me. So this syntax. Anyway, this is the built-in syntax. This is the type comment syntax. I don't really like this, but it's the only thing you can really get away with for now in Python 2. And I happen to maintain a bunch of stuff that works in both Python 2 and Python 3. Type comments are workarounds for parsers and linters. Yeah, basically, it's kind of a hack. But if I can add type checking, that seems valuable to me. And so, for instance, I went and type checked the built-in hooks for pre-commit. This change set. So I added typing imports and then type annotated the functions. That one's not a good example. Neither is that one. But now I can run the type checker and it'll check whether my stuff is correct or not. What do you use to check if your types are correct? I use MyPy. So MyPy, which is a static type checker for Python. But yeah, basically it has a bunch of rules about how types behave in specific ways, and it knows whether to, it basically knows whether you're doing stuff right for the most part. There's a couple other Python type checkers that I haven't worked with myself. I don't remember what the one, PyCharm has one, but I forget what they call it. Or I think people just colloquially call it the PyCharm type checker. There's also, I think it's called PyTyped. Yeah, which is Google's type checker. I haven't used PyType myself, other than like I ran it once just to see what it did. Let's see. See what happens if I run PyType, because I haven't tried it before. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I've dropped some frames while installing things. I mean, what are you gonna do, I guess? But I think PyType is supposed to be either like faster or more accurate. I don't remember. It's definitely not faster. And it doesn't parse type comments correctly. Invalid type comments. Something was wrong with this type comment. Oh. Thank you, GoHM44, or GOM44? I don't know. Pronunciation's hard. Thank you for following. Every follow counts. It looks like Google has a different way to type comment things. I don't know why they didn't just... This looks exactly like the... Do they just like not have optional or whatever? Invalid annotation. Something is wrong. Too many parameters for list. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. Apparently PyType doesn't know how things work, so it's claiming invalid syntax, but these look basically like their examples, so I don't know what to do about them. No, actually we have comments. That probably means that it doesn't parse init.py. I don't know. I gave it a try. It apparently doesn't work. Anyway, that's one of the other type checkers. I've never used it myself. Facebook has one too. Facebook Python type checker. Fire. How do I get it? Pip install. Oh, that's not so bad. If I remember right, it's written in OCaml. Why are there so many type checkers? Because they're all kind of bad in their own different ways. But also Facebook is like, write everything in OCaml or bust. Probably because it works well at parsing and dealing with stuff. Oh, we just dropped a bunch more frames. That'll happen when you download stuff, I guess. Ooh, that was not what I wanted. Higher check? How do I actually use this thing? This recording has been archived. You done goofed, Facebook. This does not help me understand how to use this damn thing. Configuring. Oh boy. Why is this so complicated? Any idea why pip isn't installing Django? No. No? Is that a trick question? No quick start? Trash. Sure. What is this character? Is it supposed to be a little person? Let me see. Latin small letter lambda with stroke. I guess it is a lambda with a stroke. What was the next command that it told me to run? Jesus, I don't want to run a server, I just want to run, I want to just check my project. Hire-L? No Watchman binary found. I'm not going to install Watchman, I just want to run your type checker. Why is this not easy? I'm learning Java right now and I'm loving the compiler. Yeah, I love compilers. I love type checkers. I love things that let me know whether things are broken before I run them. This appears to be not great at what I want to do. Let me just try all of their commands. This is doing something. Apparently lots of things. Building type environment. Yeah, it's super performant. That's the that's what it says on the tin, but this is taking way longer than my Pi ever took. Yeah, like we'll race Pyrie and MyPy. Oh look, MyPy's done. This is the image that Juan just sent. He's working on two-factor auth. I guess Facebook has a different definition of performant. Well, I assume that they like pre-build all of this like type stuff. But who knows? There's a Pyrie rage. What does that do? Well, we're gonna run it and see what happens. They're parsing your files and sending it to Facebook. Yeah, well, joke's on them, they're open source already. What does rage do? I assume it's supposed to be for, like, debug info or something? This Google search is not at all helpful. Are you done yet? Oh, now it's doing other stuff. Parsing my files and sending it to Facebook. Maybe use a cache and the second time is faster. Yeah, I mean, if it isn't, I don't know what they're doing. Even MyPy does a cache and the second time is faster. Like this took a couple seconds the first time. I guess we can time it. This is the cached version. And the uncached version will take like 3 or 4 seconds or something. Maybe a little bit more. 6 seconds, I guess. Maybe my Pi is broken. Are you shitting me? We got through all of that for it to crash. And charge up for 3 episodes and then miss. Yeah, what is this TBC? Yeah, that was the joke. Alright, well, F that. Apparently, I don't know how to use PyType. Pyre... Quick start. Python, Facebook. New from Facebook. Maybe this blog post will show me how to use it. They have a cool logo though. Getting started. Pyre -- source directory check. This looks like the same thing that it was doing last time. Where it crashed. Where's the crash? Oh, it hid all of the progress. I don't have 1200 sources, so this is clearly wrong. Let me make a virtualenv. I'll make a virtualenv outside of the working directory, and then maybe it'll take less time. That seems better. Okay, doesn't know about PyTest, that's fine. Expected reader for first anonymous parameter in call to copy file object, but got IO bytes. This is also just like wrong. Python type checkers don't play well with each other. Yeah, well the silly thing is like, wait, global name doc is undefined. That might actually be correct. Yeah, so doc is not always defined. There's like one case where it doesn't get defined. Actually, I think it's always defined, it's just sometimes none. So if you run this, it'll print the doc, but if you do -o, O1, no. Is it OO? Yeah. So it looks like it's always defined, but sometimes it's none. So this is just like a false positive. This is just wrong. See if any of these are actually correct, though. Expected stir, but implicit return value of none. That sounds useful. Line 95. That's this line. But got implicit return value of none. There's no branch here where it could return none. Like, this loop always runs. Either it skips things, or it returns, and if the loop exits, it returns. So this is just, it's just wrong again. And then the rest are just like, can't find imports, I guess. Yeah. Oh well, I tried. So, sucks to suck, Pyre. I'm sure you're good, but you failed to type check my very, very simple project. But yeah, what I wanted to do is try and apply some type checking to pre-commit the framework and see if I run into interesting stuff there. My guess is yes, because there's a lot, like, there's a lot of Python code, and so I'm sure I'll find some bug with it. Yeah. 4,000 untyped lines. Are most Python projects typed now? No, very few of them are. It's kind of a newish technology, and in a lot of ways the tech is like kind of broken, but at work most of the projects are typed, but that's just because we have some people that really like type checking and have been encouraging others to set it up as well. So anyway, to get started with MyPy with pre-commit, the easiest way, or in my opinion, the easiest way is to use pre-commit. Wait, I said that wrong. In my opinion, the easiest way to get started with MyPy is to use pre-commit. There we go. And so you would just add this blob. I happen to know that 660 is the most recent version, unless a new version has come out recently. And then from that, you can pre-commit run MyPy on all files. And it should start by probably spewing something or another. The only way is pre-commit. Right. So it starts by complaining about some stuff that's probably valid. File lock. Locked is defined on line 17. Oh, come on, MyPy. You know better than that. I guess maybe I should turn this into... I always forget the right way to do this. So I'm trying to detect the platform correctly. I have a page for this because I always forget how to define different platforms. Because there's sys.version, os.name, sys.platform, platform.system, platform.python implementation, and sys.implementation.name. And they can all have very different values. But the ones that I care about here are Windows. So it looks like Windows will set os.name to NT. What does Sigwin do? Ugh. Oh, do I not have Sigwin installed? Let's see if I have Sigwin installed. Whoops. No. I don't have Sigwin installed. Oh, I didn't mean to click on J. J is my spinning drive, so it lags, and now it's spun up, and now you guys can probably hear the spinning drive. I always use sys.platform. Yeah, I want to see, like, I guess my question here is, like, does Sigwin use MSVCRT, or does it use FCNTL? Is there a standard? I wish. These things all seem to return differently. Also, here's my favorite one. In Python 2 on Linux, sysplatform is Linux 2, but in Python 3 it's just Linux. Because reasons, I guess? I don't know. They didn't really think that one through so well, I guess. Install. Yes. And are we gonna drop more frames? Like, no. Oh, but we're definitely gonna drop frames when I try and install this, so we're not gonna do that. So we're gonna pretend like Sigwin is not Windows, and I'll just validate it later. So I guess here we would use OS name is equal to NT, was it? Yeah, that looks consistent for Python on Windows. Does this appease my pie? No. The answer is no. What is my pie? That's obnoxious. Anyway, we'll ignore that. I know what causes that. I know what causes these. List or tuple literal expected as the second argument to name tuple. What? Oh, yeah. This is not a literal. Yeah, so that one's gonna be hard to fix, and mostly due to magic. Duplicate module named setup. Oh, it's because I have a bunch of setup.pys. That's fine, that's not actually a problem. A lot of these are just repeats because pre-commit runs a bunch of times. Ooh. Do I have any tips for apartment hunting? I was pretty bad at it myself. Like, I did a lot of Craigslist and like hoping that people aren't sketchy. Like, be very, very skeptical of anyone that asks for personal information when you're dealing with apartment hunting. Because there's so many people that are out to get you. And actually that reminds me of a funny story. When I was looking for my place in Berkeley, I wonder if I still have the code for this. Maybe not. When I was looking for when I was looking for my place in Berkeley, I was actually on the other side of the country, so I was trying to find a place that I could just like fly and move in, which is insane. Like, I would never suggest doing that, but I was young and dumb and decided that was the approach I was going to take. So I did like a remote apartment search, which meant that I would never see the place and like never know whether it actually existed or not. But most of my like research ended up being like, use Google Street View to see if it's actually a place, see if it actually has like apartments or whatever. But this one guy, and I knew this was a scam like very quickly because he like asked me to wire money to some offshore bank in like Bangladesh or something, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that. But I was like, I'm just gonna mess with this guy, like see how far I can take this. And so he sent me this like housing application that was a Microsoft Word document. And one thing that I happen to know about Microsoft Word documents is you can embed VB script into them, basically to like macro or like put buttons or do forms or stuff like that. And so I thought, this guy's trying to screw me, I'm gonna try and screw him instead. And so I wrote this VB script macro in Microsoft Word that made it look like, basically I would email him this application form and he or she, I don't want to assume their gender, they would open this document and there'd be a big button in the front that said, click this button to view sensitive personal information. And when they click the button, it would ask them, oh, this is about to run a macro, do you accept? And like anyone and their grandma would just click accept. Any like tech person would probably say no, but I assumed quite successfully that this person was not technologically sound. And so when you clicked this button, what it did was it spawned like 4 threads. One thread would delete every file in the home directory. the other file would like open up a bunch of internet browsers to random websites. I say random websites, but you can probably guess what they were. And then the other thread would just like beep incessantly and allocate RAM until the computer crashed. And I sent this scammer this document. First I tested it in the virtual machine because I wanted to make sure it worked. And it worked. It worked really well. But I sent this scammer this document, and he's like, "Oh, I don't see this document." And I was like, "Oh, let me send it in a zip instead," because it probably got like filtered for having code in an attachment, whatever. And he got it the second time. He's like, "Oh, thanks. I'll check on this evening and get back to you." And then I never heard from him again. And I can only assume that I hopefully saved him from scamming some number of people, but and that was my first attempt at writing malicious software, which I guess is now documented on the internet. But yeah, like if they ever ask you to like wire money or like send your social security number, like be very, very, very skeptical of those. Also, if they don't like offer to meet in person and show you the apartment, they're probably a scam. I got incredibly lucky finding my place in Berkeley. And like honestly, probably the only reason that I was successful is because I was subletting from a student, and like they verified to me that they were a student. But like there was a big part of me that was like, I'm gonna show up to this place and this person is not going to exist, and I'm gonna live on the street or I'm gonna live out of a hotel for however many weeks. Like that was a very real possibility that I was ready to deal with. Now, fortunately, when I went out to like move into this place, like my uncle who lives in Napa came down and like helped me move in and stuff, and like he was kind of there in case like it was a sham. I guess I could have worked out of Napa as well, even though that would have been really far away and like an insane commute. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. But yeah, the second time I came out to the Bay, I made sure to not make that mistake and not try and find a house remotely. I spent my uncle, my other uncle who is a professor, was doing a semester where he was teaching out of Berkeley, and so I stayed with him for a couple of weeks while I searched for a place, and that's how I found the really expensive Soma place. Oh, I guess the other reason I moved out of Soma, going back to that story, is after 1 year they raised my rent by like 40%, or like not 40%, but like 32%, and I was like, no thanks, I don't really want to pay $4,000 a month. I'm gonna find somewhere else to live, and was done with that. But yeah, let me look back on these tech errors and see if there's anything that I can do here. Yeah, it was awful. This will give me slightly deduped errors. Okay, so this is the less duplicated errors. It is kind of frustrating that like MyPy can't figure out that these are two completely different branches. I feel like it should know. Maybe if I change it to sys.platform. Okay, that fixes that. I guess we'll use sys.platform then. I don't know why MyPy knows about sys.platform but not about os.name. Oh yes. So this is a hack. Let me show you how this hack works. So var.new is the construction function for this name tuple, and by setting defaults to a tuple, it how do I say this? It like inserts values from the right hand side as defaults. So like if I implement a function, I guess I can just show it. This works better. It needs to be a named function. So like the defaults tuple represents the keyword value defaults. And so what I'm doing here is I'm stuffing the defaults after I make this class. And so it allows me to basically have default values. It's a hack. I know that the Python 3.6 typing name tuple, where you use it like a class, this is how you can specify defaults. But I don't know how you do it in this form, or if you even can. It certainly isn't documented, so I'm a little suspect. Not really a type. Where does it come from? Here we go. If quargs and not Python 3.6. Keyword syntax for name tuple is only supported in 3.6 plus. What? Well, I didn't know you could do this. I mean, I guess not. In Python versions less than 3.5, you use this approach. That would go into this fields bit. Name and types. How do you get the default values then? Maybe you can't. My guess is that there isn't a way to get default values, so maybe I won't. Maybe this one's dead on arrival. Because like, I guess I could do this. It's kind of a hack. Stir to var. Like, I guess this implements the same thing. It's kind of jank, but I think that'll solve this. Of course, I need to have valid syntax. That would help a bit. What's invalid about the syntax? Oh, let's see. Yeah, so that fixes that bug. lists. Where's my virtual info? In this instance, arg2 must be of type or... Yeah, this is why, like, in Python 3.6, this syntax is much nicer. You can do this. Like, this is much nicer than, like, this ugly hack that I have to do here. Oh, right. So, oh, that's from a different patch. Is pre-commit compatible with Python 2? Yes. Yes, it is, although I would not suggest using Python 2. But yeah, we test against it. Like, for instance, Python 2 is gonna get the axe. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I might just like I'm torn between like spending all this time with type comments and just like dropping Python 2. Because dropping Python 2 and dropping Python 3.5 and below would make my life so much easier. But for now, it works, I guess. Yeah. RIP Python 2. Fortunately, there's ways to specify in your package so it doesn't just like install the wrong thing. There's this new Python requires attribute in setup.py. Never used Python 1. Funny you mention that. I had the like crazy idea to try and see if I could compile old versions of Python. And it turns out if you clone this repo, which I'm gonna drop a bunch of frames, but so bear with me as I drop frames. Maybe I won't drop frames. Haven't dropped any so far. Oh, yeah, here we go. Sorry. Okay, anyway. How do I build this? It's been a while. Assertion error. Yeah, there we go. So I can build Python 1.0.1, which was, I think, the oldest version that I could find. Yeah, ignore that. But, like, stuff kind of works. There obviously isn't, like, Unicode. It's a syntax error, and when you get a syntax error, it just segmentation faults, which, it's not great, but kind of works. What do you mean that directory doesn't exist? Oh, there's a dash. Seg faults in Python. I mean, it's implemented in C, so it doesn't surprise all that much that it was broken. But also, Python 1.0 came out in like 1999 or something ridiculous. This is patch number 1 to Python 1.0. It's significantly improved over version 0.9.9. I couldn't actually find 0.99 Wow, look at all of these operating systems it worked on. Where's the, like... Copyright 1994. So, anyway. If you ever want to build really old Python, this seems to work. And this is where I found the sources for them. Yeah, so that's where I grabbed Python 1.0.1. The thing is, I had to patch a bunch of them. So, let's see. Yeah, like this was a common patch that I needed in a bunch of places. Like, apparently at the time, getLine was not a libc function, and so I had to rename that. And this is just me reapplying that patch. Yeah. Someone implemented a Python interpreter written in Nim. Oh boy. Does it work? And Python, a subset of the Python programming language. Nim is claimed to be as fast as C, and indeed it is. Why would you start there? And Python is 5 to 10 times slower than CPython. It is at least in some cases faster than CPython 2.4. Great, you've outdone 1999. Good job, guys. They're both 100 times faster, or 100 times slower. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise. Like, CPython has had many, many years of optimization. There's a Rest Python link too. Oh. I don't know why everyone wants to re-implement Python. Then again, like, some are more successful than others. Like the PyPy project. Please format your code. I feel ya. But yeah, like there were a lot of like little patches that I needed to apply to make stuff work. Like, and a lot of times I need to reconfigure so that it knew what my system could do. Thoughts on Jython? Or IronPython too. So my problem with Jython is that it's inevitably stuck in Python 2, and for the longest time it was just years behind any like reasonable implementation of Python 2. There's PyPy 3.1. Have you played with PyPy 3? But yeah, back to Jython. The other problem is it breaks a ton of code, whereas like PyPy tries really hard to be compliant. Jython is just like, yeah, whatever. You can kind of do some Python stuff, but it doesn't try and make things work. And so if you ever have to try and support Jython, you have to write a bunch of hacks to make your code import and run correctly. IronPython is much in the same way, but it says not fully compatible with Python 3. Where does it say that? Seems compatible to me. From what I've played with PyPy 3, it seems to work pretty well. It's not exactly the same as CPython 3.5. For instance, PyPy 3 implements some 3.6 features. Like f-strings. They backported those because they're so useful. But it mostly works. Like, there's a lot of like C Python extension stuff that doesn't quite work, but for the most part, like, PyPy is a very solid project. Now, granted, I haven't really used it in any like major projects, but I don't know, it works. It's also, yeah, it's slow to start up, but that's kind of to be expected from any JITted language. But it can make some programs way faster, which we actually saw during Advent of Code when I was doing those solutions. I took all the PyPy stuff out of the README, but like some of these got way faster when I ran them with PyPy. I never did finish. I was gonna make a video for every day and put them up on YouTube. I got to day 3. And then I lost steam there. Why do I have 3 branches? Oh, this was my make videos slides. Or make videos branch. But I never finished that. But how did I get onto this? Oh, never used Python 1, and that's how we got to this. Got it. But yeah, back to, like, you can prevent stuff from installing by using this new Python requires key. Unfortunately, you need a modern version of pip, and there's usually a table. I don't have a BigQuery account. But like, there's a way to figure out how many people have downloaded a specific version. I'd be curious to know like what percentage of users are using pip9. And if that's somewhere around like 99%, then I would feel fine like setting Python requires to greater than or equal to 3.6 and just like dropping support for old Pythons. I mean, like, maybe not dropping support, but like spending time on the master branch with just Python 3.6 and then on the other branches like backport fixes. As much as I hate like backporting fixes, but because backporting stuff takes a bunch of effort to like make sure your branches are in order and like release tags from old versions and figure out which bugs and features to apply to old branches, and it's a lot of work, so I tend to avoid playing the backport game whenever possible. But I don't know, if it means I can use Python 3, then maybe I'll do it. The other problem becomes when like I would rewrite all my code to add type annotations, and then backporting I would have to re-implement every patch without type annotations, and like maybe that's kind of a pain. You're using Python requires here. Yeah. Seems fine. Python 3 only. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I've been meaning to do this setup.cfg based metadata. One thing that I wanted to look at is using find packages in the metadata version. I don't know how that works. Pythonclock.org. Yeah. Sounds pretty good. Enable Guido mode. What? Oh boy. What is this about?
There's something else in between, but let's start with the future of Python 2. Well,
Why is it Guido mode?
Dig up that little picture out of my archives. Until 2020, we will really not see anything besides security fixes.
This is in
Maybe
2016.
some new
Oh, I think I was
platforms
at this
that
one.
absolutely
Oh no,
need
I
to
wasn't.
be
This was in
used
Oregon.
because
I was at the
all
2015
platforms that
PyCon.
they replace.
Yeah, I've been to 2015, and I'm going this year.
Very rarely, usually only when I make a mistake.
Assuming
edit in the wrong
something
branch,
terrible doesn't happen. Yeah, but I'll be there this year. I still need to get flights, but I have my tickets and hotel hooked up. Yeah, Ohio. It's actually the city I was born in, oddly enough. Yeah, like, there's this find thing here, but how does it work? What would I give a talk on? I would probably talk about pre-commit in some way, or like code review, or automated Python 3 migration. I'm gonna try and sign up for a lightning talk this year, and maybe float one of those topics, or be like, hey, look, I don't do manual stuff anymore. And so it mentions this find colon here. Some keys allow file colon adder find and find namespace. This subsection accepts the same keys as find packages. Oh, okay, cool. So I guess I could just migrate this. So right now I have setup.py based metadata, which is a little clunky. But if I'm only using find packages, then it's not so bad. Now what I would want to do is write a script which automatically migrates this to the new form. Do you still have to write a set? I assume you still have to write a setup.py for this, right, Juan? And you still have to configure extension modules. But if you don't have extension modules, is it just like 0 argument setup? Read the gist on the bottom. Oh. Nice. That's actually pretty good, and you can even get it to one line by just doing this. If you wanted to be cheeky. That's actually cool. Maybe I'll let's try and make that happen. That seems like a thing that I could make happen. All right, let me look at the pre-commit setup.py and see if I do anything tricky that we would have to handle. This is the only thing that I would have to handle. But I think I could maybe automate that. Steal the gist. Yeah, I think like what I want to do is write code that transforms this into this. Also, do you know what versions this is supported in? Because I assume like old setup tools won't be able to handle this. Oh hey, look, pre-commit. And pre-commit hooks. Nice. Do you need all of these down here? Here, let me see what like the oldest version this works in. Some of this metadata. I think that's what we need. So I'll need provides. It's me. Okay. Oh, it's gonna take forever to find an old version. I guess I'll just go by major versions and see when it works. That seems to have still worked. '30 is pretty old. Okay, it does not work in 30. Yeah, I'm doing a binary. I realize now I'm doing a binary search. So it works in 35 or 34. So that's actually pretty far back now that I think about it. It works in 31. I guess it didn't work in 29. It looks like it was introduced in version 30. Yeah. Setup tools 30 change log. Once again, restored inclusion of data files to sdisk. What? Oh man, I love Bongo Cat. Regex time, yeah. Add support for declarative package config. It looks like this is the first version where it was supported. Which is 2016. That's quite a while ago. So I think that seems safe to depend on. Okay, so Bongo Cat or Keyboard Cat? I really like Bongo Cat. I also like Keyboard Cat, but Bongo Cat is like by far my favorite. Oh yeah, Bongo Cat was in the YouTube Rewind. I was not okay with that. Wait, there's more? Oh, and it meows. Okay, that's enough of that. But yeah, it looks like really old setup tools supported this, so in theory we could make it happen. Although the thing about this is the new hotness is this project called Flit, which I'm not on board quite yet. Because Flit seems to be in the wrong direction. In Flit, you go back to writing Python code again instead of having static data. Like, yeah, you have some static data, but you also have dynamic data. But there's no setup.py, no setup.cfg, just a pyproject.toml, which is the new hotness. I'm still not sold on toml, mostly because I'm skeptical. I think it is actually the future, but I don't know that it's quite ready to use yet. But I don't know. Seems like it might be a cool thing. What is this? Yeah, this is still setup.py land. Here's the part where it talks about Flit. What's there's also poetry, which does a similar thing. I want to see toml working 20 years in the future versus JSON/INI. Yeah, that's the other feel that I have. Like JSON is very, very robust. Toml feels maybe a little bit too magical. I don't know. The syntax is nice, but the parsers for it aren't great still. Like the current parsers in Python are either slow or don't have the features I would want. Like the one feature that I want in every single language is a way to load the source, then modify it, then write it back to disk, and everything should be exactly the same except for the stuff that I modify. But I struggle to find that in pretty much every tool that I work with, especially YAML. I've learned my lesson. I will not use YAML by choice in the future. Also because YAML has hilarious things like this? Oh, I forget how it works. I made that exactly, but it's an IHNet module. A source code translator. Oh, that's cool. What am I clicking on? Oh yeah, this. Oh, this only works in Python 2, I think. But there's similar terrible things you can do in So this little bit of code here imports OS and then runs os.system with this argument, and so it creates a shell. In fact, if we just replace this with bash, hey look, we have a shell now. All from YAML. The takeaway is you should always use safe load, which will err on this. And unfortunately, safe load is the slow YAML. Can I share that? Yeah. Let me put it in chat. The unfortunate thing about safe load is it's actually the slow YAML. So in order to get the fast and correct behavior, you have to do this shenanigans. Is it YAML.cSafeLoader? Yeah. So you have to do YAML.load, and then loader equals getattr YAML cSafeLoader YAML.safeLoader. This is how you get fast and safe YAML, which is just nuts. Otherwise, you expose yourself to shells or use the pure Python version. I'm pretty sure I did a YouTube video about this a long time ago. That's not how that works. How do I remember that? Good question. Let's see. Yeah, it was the second YouTube video that I did. So if you want to watch that. It's basically
Focus on probably today we're going to be using version 3.12, which is the current latest.
it's 3.13 now, but we're gonna mute that. But yeah, this is basically me showing some of the other features. Yeah, like you can also use modules to like load a model in YAML for whatever reason. What the hell are my recommendations? Anyway. But we get to the kicker here where you can just run eval and do whatever the hell you want. Including the shell, which I just showed you guys. But yeah, here's basically where I talk about, yeah, you should use safe load. And then I talk about that it's slow. But anyway, you guys can watch the YouTube video. I'm not gonna replay it for you. But yes, that is why I remember this. What was I doing? Oh, I was complaining about YAML. Yeah. But yeah, I think INI and JSON will last a lot longer than TOML, mostly because I don't know. TOML seems like a good idea, but I don't know that it's that much better than INI or that much better than JSON. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, so I want to see if I can convert this directly to INI. I've kind of done something like this before. Oh, what project was that? I think it was this project. Yeah, so I load the setup.py, and then I find the setup call. Where does this get used? Maybe I don't remember how this code works. Oh, past self, why did you not put this in a file that makes sense? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So here it loads the AST of setup.py and finds all of the calls and keyword arguments and such, and passes them around. But yeah, basically the idea behind this project was to I never finished it. I mean, it works, but I never finished it. The idea is that you run it over all of your projects and you can get a list of what dependencies they have. I stopped working on it mostly because where's the dependency graph? Because because GitHub, I mean, to me it might as well be Facebook. GitHub tried to implement the same thing. Now GitHub's is crappy, like it thinks that this is coverage py for whatever reason. Even though this is the actual repo. And when it gets pre-commit correct, why is that icon so fuzzy? But it also figures out these. I mean, these are all correct at least. But it used to get PyYAML wrong. Oh, it gets it right now. It gets virtualenv completely wrong though. I guess this is the old virtualenv from way back in the day, from 9 years ago. But yeah, GitHub is not the smartest there. Also, it finds this guy's project, which is not the right project. It has the same name though. Aspect, AOP. Aspect-oriented programming. What does this even do? Well, if I was running Python 2.2, I could find out. Brain dump. I love comments that are like that. This isn't even implemented. It doesn't even do anything. Great. Unless it's all in init.py, but I've already closed it. But yeah, the idea behind this project was to make a web interface for dependencies. Actually, I can probably set it up and show you guys. Like a two-phase. Right. Error name. We'll just take package.json out of this. I think it makes a SQLite database. PyTest dev has setup.py but could not determine name. That's true. This was before I knew about the INI based configuration. The point is that the INI is a good opportunity to add all the data of the project, not only the basics. Yeah, that's fair. I would probably only add the basics though. Be as minimal as possible. Cannot use multi-threaded. I guess we'll run it in debug mode then. Yeah, but the idea was like you could search for for instance ASCII.YAML and find that what? Oh, yeah, ASCII.YAML depends on PyYAML and in development depends on coverage for like a pre-commit and PyTest, and these two projects depend on ASCII.YAML. But I don't know, it was kind of a cool project. You can see like almost all of my projects depend on pre-commit as a development dependency, and these are what pre-commit depends on. But anyway, it was originally designed to make it easy for enterprise people to know, like, hey, I have this library, who is actually installing it, and then like trace it that way. The original version I wrote at Yelp, and this was a re-implementation from scratch. But at Yelp it was super useful to be like, who depends on me and at what version. But yeah, I re-implemented it. It works, kind of, but there's a bunch of features that it could gain and be more useful. But it was kind of like a build as a hackathon idea. And I haven't really worked on it other than automated commits in a while. Let's see. Yeah, May 4th, 2018 was the last time I actually did something with it. Does it have a web version of it? No, I never finished that part. But the other cool thing about the project is if you recursively curl, you can just like produce all of these pages, and I could have uploaded that to GitHub Pages to kind of show a demo. But I never finished it. Or not curl, wget. But I can probably use that same approach to parse out this metadata. A lot of edge cases though. Maybe I'll take a simpler project and try that one first. This is my like dummy project that I use for everything now. So this is like dead simple, completely static. Yeah, writing to INI is the easy part. Parsing the args is the hard part. And like knowing where each of the arguments goes. Might as well type annotated, I guess. Actually, I think this is optional now. Maybe. Oh, that'd be great if I had that there. I'll put it in anyway. So that's the basic sketch. We'll grab this here, since I'll use that. Okay, so that's the basic structure of this program. We have a node visitor, which is basically a recursive descent thing that goes over the AST and visits each node. We will look for calls so that we can find basically this setup call. And we will open the input file. It's important to use binary here so that the AST parser handles it correctly. There's some like weird nuances when it's non-binary. I don't remember why. I just happen to remember that that needs to be binary. Also, I remember that if you don't pass file name here, then the errors really suck if there's a syntax error. Then you make the visitor and you visit the tree. That'll cause it to descend through all of these. Also, I've remembered just now that if you don't call generic visit, this doesn't work at all. Or it does work, but it will sometimes silently do the wrong thing. And I think that's the basics. So here's our setup node, I guess. Unfortunately, it's really hard to read. But that's why I wrote AST pretty. And here's the node printed out in a pretty formatted fashion. You can see that it's, like, we know it's the setup call, we need to look through all of the keywords and then parse them individually. Which actually isn't so bad. Oh, and we can use literal eval to get things out pretty easily. K.name? What is it? Hard. So, look, it works. I'm done. I mean, it doesn't work for the, like, fine packages part, but, this works for this part, at least. Do I still have your gist open? Looks like no. Let me find your gist. Okay, so we have the metadata section. I'll need to parse this in the correct way. This looks easy. Bummed that I closed that other page. These are semicolon separated? That seems really weird. I know PyTest uses this. Let me look at their example. What? Do they still set those in setup.py? I guess they do. If pi gets upgraded to greater than 1.6, remove width of current line in terminal.py. Okay. Telling Black to pound sand. Oh, this uses setup tools SCM. That's the other thing. Yeah, this is what I expected, is to look like that. Okay. And this is how the exclude thing works. My template is valid, it's a colon list. Did I close it? I closed it again, didn't I? Yeah, the thing is, like, semicolon is sometimes a comment. But this looks more like what I would expect. Okay, so... Oh, I kind of want this open. I'm gonna open this on another screen. What am I making? So I was just reminded slash taught, I guess is maybe the right word, about setup tools metadata 2.0. What's up, Mason July? And sarcastic Dante. Are you a snarky devil? I was reminded of setup tools metadata approach instead of writing a setup.py, which takes this code and turns it into a file that looks like this, basically, where you can statically list your metadata in a configuration file instead of in code. And so I thought, well, maybe I can write a tool which will take the setup.py format and automatically convert it to the setup.cfg format. And I mostly have it working. Like, this is me parsing this file and getting the answer out. It should be easy. There's some like kind of edge case parts that are difficult. Like this find packages call I need to translate. And where's the example from here? And like this file read here needs to be translated here. But it actually, like, it shouldn't be that bad. I just need to know how to, like, run this code without running it, kind of deal. Create a super sophisticated game. I've written a couple of games. I can show you one of them. But it's not super sophisticated. It's a math game. It's also not in Python, it's in Java. Well, I guess it was originally in Java. Now it's mostly Kotlin. I don't even know if this IDE still starts. Okay, yeah, it does. I don't think I've run this on my new computer, so we will see. Run. Where is my... Oh, there we go. Java, yeah. Hey, it wasn't my first choice. So this is a game called Kenken. The idea behind Kenken is it's kind of hard to see on stream, but... Oh, it crashed. No, it didn't crash. It just started the emulator twice. It's kind of hard to see on stream, but these squares have either a light outline or a darker outline. Yeah, you really can't see it on stream. Oh well. Anyway, take my word for it. I need to make the borders wider, but I haven't done that yet. But like Sudoku, you can't have the same number in the same row or column, but inside these cages there's a number and a math symbol. Oh, you can see the outlines. Okay, that's good. There's a number and a math symbol, so if you see like 2 times, that means that either this is a 1 or this is a 1. Like one of these is a 1, the other one is a 2. And you can use the top bar to like kind of give yourself placeholders, and the bottom bars like to select the actual value. And so like, if you see 12 times, I happen to know that it has to be 1 times 3 times 4. So anything but 2 in these cells here. And one of the like many patterns of the game is if you see 3 cells with 3 possibilities that are all the same, that means that you'll never see those numbers in any of the other rows. So we know that this cannot be a 1, and so it has to be a 2. And then because that has to be a 2, this has to be a 1, and the game continues from there. So like this has to be 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately with 4x4s, there's not too many solutions to these. Or there's a lot of like duplicate solutions. So like we've gotten it down to the point where 5 plus, this has to be 3, this has to be 2, and then this has to be 1 plus 4. But there's a lot of possible ways to answer this. Fortunately, in my implementation of this game, any of the possible solutions will win you the game. So if I just fill this in, like you can see these could be 3, 4 in any other way. But that's the game I wrote. I play this game almost every day, and though I play it on like the 9x9 mode, which is a little bit more insane, takes a lot more thought, I guess. Thank you, Mason July, for following. Every follow counts. I also played in hard mode, which takes away this top bar up here, so I have to basically keep track of all of the numbers directly in my head, which is a little bit more difficult. But like in this case, like this is 8, 9, this is 1, 3, 4, this is, oh wait, no, this is 1, 2, 6, this is 4, 7. So this has to be 6? No, 1, 2, 6, 4, 7, 1, 2, 6, 4, 7, 8, 9. So this has to be a 3, for instance. But anyway, this is one of the games that I wrote. It used to be on the Android store, but then I got a trademark takedown despite not using any of the intellectual property or implementation of the owner of the trademark. And I was a poor college student, and so I did not have the legal ability to fight the trademark takedown, so I just took my project offline. But what are you gonna do? Now it's on GitHub, so joke's on them. Anyone can build it from source. And I guess technically now I am using their trademark, so the repository is named kenken, but get effed. But anyway, that's one of the games that I've written. Oh, also I added a feature where if you can hear me, I'm double tapping, and double tapping will automatically fill stuff in. So it knows, like when there's only ever one solution for something, it knows to fill it in. But let's see if I can find an example of that. Yeah, so like this square could only have been a 4 because of the way this was forced. So it filled that one in, then this one was the only one left in the column, so it filled that one in, which filled these 2 in. 2 times 3 times 2, I think is the only way that works. But anyway, that's that game. How long did it take me to create this game? Good question. I can look through the commit history and find like when I started working on it and when it was done. Add a Java folder. So I started this in 2012. Now granted, I had been brainstorming ideas for this game, and like I came up with my own algorithm to generate like the number square behind this. I came up with my own algorithm for that, and I I probably spent more time working on that algorithm than I did on some of the programming. Let's see. Oh, also the first version was written in C#, so I like mostly straight ported it over. What is this bad commit message? What? This commit added no files and removed no files. Oh, this is probably, so before I put these in Git, it was in SVN, so I think that's just the SVN importer. But what, I said I started in February? And it was playable by March, so February, March, like 1 month? Although I was in college, so... Oh, a little less than a month. But I was also in college, so this was like my very, very limited free time. I wonder if I still have the Windows implementation somewhere. I do. I do. And the code probably looks almost the same, except it's C# instead of ugly Java or not so ugly Kotlin. Which I actually like Kotlin. I've done this on stream a couple of times where I got rid of the brown bar and turned it into the orange bar. But yeah, that's the game that I've written. Enough about this. All right, fair. Done. Back to the Python. Yeah, so the tricky parts of this are getting this description to work and getting these function calls to work. Now, fortunately, the first setup.py that I looked at had neither of these features, so it was easy to do. So I'm going to try and get this setup.py migrating first, and then go from there. It's a pretty great idea for a game. Yeah. The original reason I wrote the game was sorry, I'm gonna talk a little bit more about it. I was in a discrete math course in college, and this cute girl that I was sitting next to because she was a cute girl and I was in college, so what the hell, why not? Was playing this game on paper because the New York Times would print out. Once a week, I think, would have a kenken game along with their Sudoku puzzle. And I was like, oh, what game are you playing? Oh, this is a game called kenken. I was like, I've never heard of that. Explain it to me. And she explained it to me and was like, here's a website, you can go check it out. And at the time, the website would generate a puzzle every 6 months. And once you play the puzzles, like, you kind of memorize where everything is, and so it's really only, like, it doesn't have good replay value. So I was like, well, this sucks. I kind of want to play a bunch of these games and not just like this one prefab puzzle. And I didn't have a subscription to the New York Times, didn't want to play on paper, etc., etc. So I was like, I'm a programmer, I will just make it. And so that's where I got the idea to make the game, and it kind of evolved from there. And yeah, so I had to come up with my own, both, like, I guess, like, map generation and puzzle generation, and worked pretty well. I still play it almost every day, because it's a fun way to kill time on the train, or whatever. How did she react? I still talk to her all the time. She's actually pretty cool. She was really impressed with the game. Unfortunately, she had an iPhone, so... she had an iPhone and a MacBook, so... writing an implementation for Windows and Android was not so helpful. But at some point I'll probably rewrite it for like web or something, or port it to iOS, because I've written a couple of iOS apps also. But I don't have an iPhone, so it's kind of like not worth my time to write an iPhone app. It's also like super hard to debug. But yeah, but she was like very, very impressed with it. to put it that way. Okay, so looking at this metadata, it looks like there's metadata and then options. And my guess is some of the stuff goes here and some of the stuff goes here, and I need to figure out which one goes where. Kenken and chill. Yeah, let's play a nerdy math game and chill. Yeah, maybe. I'm so sorry if you're watching this. But yeah, no, she's great. Although she lives in New York, so I don't get to see her too often. But whenever I go to New York, I usually try and visit. But yeah, back to this. I need to figure out which of the keywords go into metadata, which go into options, and then handling this below. Since this is not a full list, and this might be a full list. No, I don't see Pi modules. I feel like I'm gonna have to. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Let me open this off screen. So I'm going to be looking at this, but on my other monitor, so that I can actually like copy this list over. Set? Frozen set? Frozen set. We'll do frozen set. Version URL, download URL, project URLs, author email, maintainer email. I don't use any of these. I don't use most of these fields, but we'll support them, I guess. License, file, description, long description. Oh, I'm gonna make a typo in one of these. It's gonna be great. Long description, content type. That one's pretty lengthy. Keywords, platforms, provides, requires, obsoletes. I don't know that anyone uses these last three. I don't think they actually work anymore. And then we get to the options keys. Zip safe, setup requires, install requires. Extras require is a section. It says here. Python requires. It also says that entry points is a section. Use 2 to 3. I don't know anyone that legitimately uses 2 to 3 because it's so broken. Also, it's incredibly hard to type. Exclude fixers. Convert 2 to 3 doc text. Bleh. Scripts, eager, resources. I don't know what that is. Dependency links. I think that's deprecated. tests require include package data. Packages, this is the one which has the like find packages stuff. Package dir package data, exclude package data. Oh, these are sections. So I'll need to figure out how to parse those. Oh, now that I've written all these out, I probably should have seen if there's an API for this. Well, this seems incredibly misleading. Oh, this function name is just garbage. Install setup requires. Also happens to mutate this dictionary. Parse config files. Oh, does this mean that... Does this mean that setup requires and dependency links can't be specified in setup.cfg? Oh, it's additionally handled here, maybe? I don't know. Well, that's all of the methods there. Or all of the code that parses it. Yeah, it looks like they don't actually list all of the keys anywhere in there. Let's see if setup tools does. Oh, this looks promising. This looks like what I want. kind of. Yeah, this looks like exactly what I want. Although this is significantly shorter than the list that I had. So I don't know what's up there. Oh, these are probably just the setup tools versions. Hmm. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with my janky list here and just stick to that. I think it raises syntax error, we'll find out. Actually, let's just let it raise for now. All has no... Oh, I want keyword.value. Value error instead of syntax error. Okay, so that looks right. So we have to figure out which INI section to stick it into. Package data. Alright, we're gonna try and do this simple one first. But even this will fail at entry points. Let's see, does this have an entry points example? Where did that go? Yes, it does. extras require, which I can never remember whether it's extra requires or extras require. There's 4 combinations and I can never get the right one. Pretty sure I got the right one though. Extra, oh, it's not handled there either. Where is the sample? Here we go. Oh, but I should probably translate the environment specifiers into this format. So we'll look into that. Okay, so now we're parsing all of the data. So we did this. We'll need to handle package data later though. The first time I'm seeing someone use Nano for coding, yeah. I promise I'm not a noob. I know how to use Vim, I just most of the time do not. So the story behind this, and I've told this a bunch of times, but I'll tell it again. My original editor was Notepad for the longest time, and then I got my first job at an enterprise software company where they were a C# shop. Oh, I said it right the first time. I can say hard words. And so I use Visual Studio, and Visual Studio is amazing, and I really loved it, and it was great. But then my next job was at a Python shop for Linux, and so Visual Studio was like not an option. So I learned Eclipse, and I didn't really like Eclipse because it's kind of janky. And then I switched to IntelliJ, which wasn't great, but slightly less janky, I guess. But then I went home for Christmas that year and spent 2 weeks working remote, and IntelliJ was just like too slow with code syncing, and so I reverted back to a terminal editor, and the only one that I had really learned in college was Nano, and so I developed a muscle memory which I have yet to unlearn. And so that's why I continue to use it today. And I'm pretty efficient at it, so I'm okay using it, but you caught me though. Package data look like? Oh. Star is interesting. I don't know how that translates, but we'll find that one out. I tried using terminal editors, but just can't. Yeah, I actually feel you. Unfortunately, I'm like the opposite direction now. Like a couple of times on stream, people have been like, "Oh, use VS Code," and so like I have VS Code installed, I think. And like it's okay. I can use it. It's just like not my first choice, I guess. But it has nice features and like tab complete, and that part is like super amazing. But yeah. Also that it suggests pilot seems a little silly to me. Oh, the music stopped. Yes, I'm still here, I promise. I'm just streaming copyright-free music on YouTube, so that's where the background comes from. But yeah, VS Code's alright. I've used Sublime before, thought it was okay. I've used PyCharm, which is slightly more involved than the others. It's actually an IDE that's intended to do IDE stuff, and I really like PyCharm, but I switch around to so many projects and like work on a bunch of stuff all the time, and it's much faster for me to just open a terminal editor than context switch, open an IDE. Yeah, Control S as well, or like fuzzy file opening is nice. Like, there's all sorts of nice things about IDEs that are great. I just like, I just don't. But I could. I just haven't found the time to do it yet, or haven't found an IDE workflow that's efficient enough for me to use it. But I'm sure you guys are all in pain when you watch me like manually tab out spaces and stuff, and like I don't disagree with you being like, oh, he's a noob, because that's a pretty noobish thing to do. All right. So now we need to parse these properly. So a find packages node will either be a name that's just find packages or an attribute, which I think I can actually reuse this logic. Which means I can get rid of this function now. Node is setup tools call node setup. And the attribute here would be someone posted an uwu in chat. I guess Juan posted an uwu in chat. Find packages. So we'll handle find packages later. Yeah, debugger. Debugger. Oh, I don't have the syntax highlighting. Or no, it's breakpoint. That's what it is. Breakpoint. It's not debugger. Debugger is JavaScript. Although, if you look, then it's gonna crash and it's gonna say breakpoint is not defined, but I have a solution for this. I made this terrible package called future breakpoint, which backports that feature to older versions of Python. One of my several terribly great ideas. Emphasis on terrible. So in Python 3.7, there's breakpoint is a breakpoint is a built-in which drops you into a debugger, but I made a thing that makes it work in other versions of Python. The way it's implemented is there's this C extension which implements the breakpoint pep, which basically loads a specific environment variable called Python breakpoint. Make a package named acetyl that's empty but depends on all your tools. Yeah. How many would that be? Let's see, pypi.org. It's a lot nowadays. I'm not checking that box. Yeah, it installs 48 things. Which, some of them are empty. Like, this is, I want to make a JSON 5 parser. Unfortunately, I know nothing about... Oh, that's not JSON 5. Unfortunately, I know very little about parsers and compilers. But JSON 5 is basically JSON that doesn't suck. Oh, Dead is a great project. This one's kind of new. I wrote this on an airplane while I didn't have internet connection. But it's a very, very simplistic dead code detection tool. And the way it works is it finds all your Python files, finds them based on this library that I also maintain called identify, which tells you whether it's Python or not, classifies them whether they're tests or not, parses them, and looks for definitions and references, and then reports the differences. But yeah, I wrote this on an airplane. It's pretty shitty. I'm pretty sure most of this project was just so I could make this pun here. Because like one of the most like absolute frustrating things about open source is people will like open an issue on your project that's like, is this project maintained? Is this project dead? And like really grinds my gears, but I made this fun joke about it. But yeah, like this project actually is pretty useful. Let me show you what I did with a few places where I found dead code. For instance, in pip, the package manager for most Python, I managed to find all of this dead code and just like completely unused stuff that used to be used but never never is called anymore. And I was able to find like which commits they removed the last references to stuff, and found stuff that way. Thank you, Sarcastic Dante, for following. Every follow counts. And of course, I'm happy to be followed by Snarky Devils. Wouldn't dare to do that with C++. With C++ would be way easier. You would just like actually have a compiler that tells you where code is dead. Of course, yeah, you have like macro magic and all sorts of other stuff that makes dead code not necessarily dead. And like this project has a bunch of false positives because of that, but I managed to find a bunch of dead code in PyTest as well. Closed dead code. I found some in Black, Talks, PyTest. These are old. Oh, maybe this one's no. 2018. Yeah, that's too old. 2602. Yeah, I write a lot of code. Thank you, Kiwishock, for following. Every follow counts. But yeah, I found not very much dead code in Black, just these assignments. One of my friends who was in chat earlier, Ethan, was able to find some dead code in MyPy. I have 22 closed. Yeah, I have a kind of nasty obsession with GitHub. We'll see if my user page loads. Usually it doesn't. Not loaded this time, but like, yeah, like over 9,000 things a year. It's a little bit fewer if you just look at public contributions. It's only 4,700 public. And some of them are automated, like this day was almost entirely automated. most of them now are in Python, although I occasionally do some stuff in other languages, but unfortunately, I say unfortunately most of it's in Python. I wish I could spend more time in languages like C# or even like C, just because it has a compiler. But I don't use much other than Python and Go at work, and so it doesn't make much sense for me to work on stuff that's not related to Python or Go. That said, I have other projects that are not related to work that are in different languages, but yeah, that's that. But yeah, like, I'm a maintainer of PyTest, and I was able to find a bunch of code that's just like completely unused there too. It was pretty cool. I found more dead code, but some of it was in the public namespace, so we didn't delete it because we didn't want to break people by removing this dead code in case people depended on it. So I only removed stuff that was implementation detail. Talks had some dead code, which was kind of nifty. This was another one that used my project. Did I use it on my own packages? Yes. However, I didn't find anything. I think I found one line that was dead. Let me see if I cleaned it up. Kind of ironically, in a project called Code Debt. So this is, again, like one of those things where it's a lot of false positives. So this metrics directory is stuff that gets dynamically imported. So I can filter that out. Get code debt metrics. So then we have a little bit less class name. Oh, this only gets used in templates, so we can ignore that. What do we have left? Show is never used. Yeah, so if we look at one of these files, show is actually used, but it's used magically because it's a Flask route, and so this decorator does some terrible magic. There's like an open ticket if someone ever wanted to work on it that, like, hey, make it understand magic decorators. But it doesn't, because I wrote it in like not very long. Oh, this, I must have cleaned it up. These are all more Flask routes, but there was like one line that I was able to delete. I guess I can look at the Git history. Yeah, here we go. This was the only line that I found in all of my projects that was legitimately dead code. That's not saying that there isn't more dead code, because I'm sure that I make mistakes all the time, and this one was one of the cases where, like, I deleted the only code that referenced it. There's the, like, oh, there's no match case button in Chrome? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, so that was the last usage here. One of the reasons that my projects have a little bit less dead code than probably average is I try and have 100% test coverage on stuff, and generally when you test code, you know what's alive and not. Unfortunately, you can fall into a trap where you have functions and you test the functions, but the only thing that calls the functions are the tests. And Dead is actually smart about that, in that it knows which things are tests or not, and adjusts based on that. So, like, it knows whether things are only referenced in tests, for instance. But I don't know, it's a bunch of to-dos. I didn't write any tests for this thing, and kind of ironically, if you run dead on dead, it reports some stuff. Just because these functions are called in magical ways that dead just doesn't understand. But it was good enough for me, so ship hit. And I found a ton of dead code at work. Like, one of the projects that my team maintains is this tool called Control. It's kind of like a Docker Compose service orchestrator development environment thing. But I found like 2,000 lines of code that just like never got used. Some of it was like code that was committed that even when you committed it, like the first commit of the code was dead and like never saw the light of day. Like bits that laid in the machine and just never came to life. But anyway, peeling back the story stack a bit. Yes, that's what Dead is. It's a silly project. It works pretty well, but it's a silly project. The type checker that I was talking about before had dead code, and Ethan was able to find some dead code in there. That's dead. Oh, JSON 5. JSON 5 is a nice implementation of JSON. I want to write a parser for it at some point that works in Python that is fast. So I reserved the project name, but didn't actually do anything with it. I thought this was pretty punny because it's like JSON.leet and with a 5. But haven't done anything with that. Lots of projects. Yeah, that's that. Comments in JSON. Yeah, that's like the killer. And like I've had this idea before. I tried to write my own configuration language that I called dumbconf, which was a dumb configuration language. And the main features of it were comments, single quoted strings, bare word keys, and trailing commas. Other than that, like, it's basically like Python literals, kind of. But I was trying to build this from the ground up of being like a round-trip rewritable configuration format. And I got it working, and then I lost interest in the project, which happens to me a lot. But I didn't know anything about a parser, so I tried to invent my own like tokenizer thing, which is basically just a list of regexes. I don't know, it kind of worked. I also implemented my own regex engine with a token-based regex engine. It's basically a pattern matching thing. But I don't know, this was like a fun like thought project. I like AST a lot, don't I? Yes, I do. I like to view code as data and find ways to change it and improve it automatically. And I wish Python had a concrete syntax tree so that I could just rewrite it without having to do magic. Oh yes, and then we get back to breakpoint. So this is a port of the Python 3.7 C extension or C module function for the built-in breakpoint. And so I basically copied the code in here and oh, I guess I did it all in one commit. But I basically copied the code over from this file and re-implemented breakpoint. And it works. But yeah, I think we've peeled back all the layers now. I can get back to debugging this code. even though I'm using Python 3.6. I do have Python 3.7 installed. I just haven't set up all my tooling to use it yet. And I don't really have much reason to use Python 3.7. There weren't too many features that I was too excited about. Like, data classes were cool. But I think, and like, some of the speedups are kind of nice, but I don't think there's much else from Python 3.7 that's interesting. Oh, I guess there is one thing. Which you can look at another one of my projects. Import time waterfall? Is that what it's called? Yeah. So there's this new thing in Python 3.7, -x import time. And it'll basically print out a tree and the time that it takes for a module to import. And so what I did is I took this data, because this visualization isn't that great for me, or wasn't doing it for me, I guess. I took that data and converted it into what is this called? HAR file? Yeah, HTTP archive, which is a way that web developers use to view how long resources take to load on pages. So I took this import time data and converted it into this. Now granted, the units are garbage, but it was kind of a nice way to like visualize how long different modules take to import. So you can see, like, and granted the units are off because I had to multiply it by 1,000 because originally they were in microseconds, and the smallest unit that appears on HTTP archive is milliseconds, so gotta scale it up. And so like these numbers are completely the wrong magnitude. Like this took 150 milliseconds. I don't know, something fast. Probably 150 milliseconds, if I had to guess. But like a bunch of time was spent in the typing module, etc., etc. So this was kind of a cool feature, but this was also just like one of those silly demos. What was the issue? Oh, there's another like output format. But anyway, that's a cool Python 3.7 feature, I guess. But anyway, let's try and parse the. What was I doing? Oh, I was trying to set these sections. So we basically want to do. I guess I can make this a default dict. Oh, it's like slightly too long. Fortunately, the type annotation line is just kind of a no-op. I wrote a bash script yesterday that counts lines of code in C++'s standard header files after pre-processing. Actually, isn't there an option not to like rain on your parade? Pretty sure there's an option to just run the pre-process. Oh, GCC-E. And I've spent a lot of my life writing C++ because I went to University of Michigan and all of their programming is in C++. Yeah, so like, not to rain on your parade, but here's the one-liner that does essentially that. Oh, you're running it for each of the standards. Interesting. Do I have, what is the next one? 21? Is that a thing? No. 20? What's the, is it 19? Maybe my compiler probably doesn't support it, but yeah, it is interesting how much longer the C++ 17 one is. But yeah, that's cool. pretty neat. I guess this would work in 03 C++ also, which is the shortest of all of them by almost 10,000 lines. Oh boy. I guess that makes sense. Like C++ 11 added a ton of stuff. Ooh. Oh, you did it for every header. Cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, and it's in a table? Oh, that's fancy. I'm gonna copy and paste some code that I see on the internet and run it. Oh, my terminal isn't wide enough. There we go. Oh good, C assert's real small in all of them. Cool. So, it's pretty interesting. You can kind of see a general trend, at least with GCC. I don't think I have Clang on this computer though. Yeah, I'm not going to install it because then we'll just drop a bunch of frames. Regex is 65,000 lines of code. Is that true? That's huge. Holy shit. It kind of doesn't surprise me that much. Because implementing a regex engine's pretty tough. The entire C standard library is just 1,700 lines. I guess that kind of makes sense. Dev standard in. Why is this not doing what I want? Link input file unused because linking is not done. Well, I didn't want to link, I just wanted the preprocessor. Do I need this? Oh, I don't know, whatever. I was gonna look at the contents of C standard lib, but I have determined that I don't really care that much. But that's a cool script. I like it. I probably would have written it in Python, but I like it. Yeah, at work we have this constant problem of like giant, hard to maintain bash scripts, and we have this channel called dev bash where most of the time when people ask a question, it's like, how do I do this in bash? And the first answer is, don't write bash, write it in Python, or don't write bash, write it in some other language. Yes, so what we're doing, default dict, that gets us the second layer of dictionary. And so then I think we're just assigning this section to the value. Oh, but this doesn't work right, does it? I think I just want to put these into the top level and then process them different later. Because I'm realizing that the data structure that I have is going to be one level incorrect. It's something Python's projects embrace having lots of bash files. Oh, I missed the line above it. I used a lot of bash when I used Python, but nim runs interpreted, so I migrated all my bash and bats to nimscript. I didn't know nim had a scripting language. But yeah, like, honestly, if I never saw a line of, like, checked in bash script, I'd be much happier. I actually don't use config parser all that often, so I don't actually know its API. That's fine, most of writing code is Googling. I see. So this is gonna be wrong in like the first order. But we'll massage it a bit. Bash scripts are really rarely tested. Yeah, that's for damn sure. Yeah, there is actually a bash testing framework that I've seen used before. I think it's called BATS. Well, of course, Googling BATS is not good. Bash Automated Testing System. Not even Bash fans test Bash scripts yet. But I have seen this before. I have debugged a BATS test before. There's this... Oh man. There's this one coworker I had at Yelp who, like, loved Bash. And at the same time, like, would never use Bash features, so, like, maybe he loved 1970 SH is probably the better way to put it. But like, if he could get away with writing a shell script and like not using any language, he would. There was this web server implemented entirely in Bash at Yelp, and for the longest time it ran all of the deployments, and it was just the most like mind-boggling thing to debug because like it had bugs, and like the bugs were the kind of ones where like, oh, I'm deploying to production and so half of the hosts are running the right version, and some of them were due to this giant bash pile. But hey, like, it was the necessary code to get Yelp working off the ground and like a successful startup, so like I don't necessarily fault it. I was just like very sad to have to like try and debug it and fix it. I guess that wasn't the one engineer I was referring to. The one engineer used this to write most of the CI system in as much Bash as possible, and it's very not happy with that. We had a CI script looking for flags of some sort that indicated a Python test can toggle, but it didn't support the case where there were no flags. Nice. Oh man, Bats even has setup and teardown. Fancy. This is how it's suggested to install it though. Great. Copy the code into user local. But we kind of have the output working, which is cool. I wonder, so maybe I don't want to use default tick now that I think about it. because I want it to be ordered properly. And like I don't want options to come before metadata ever. So this will force the ordering. What is Nikolai Tesla doing here? Hello, by the way. What's up, Mystery? Where's Tesla? I don't. Are you talking about my? Oh, the emoji. I see. How's it going? How's your day? Oh, it's going. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours now, and I've written very little code. Most of it's just been like story time, which is fine. I like chatting. It's fun. Oh, this is gonna take hella forever to upload to YouTube. Is it filling up my hard disk? I haven't even checked. Let's see, recordings. Oh. It's buffering it in memory right now. Does that mean I'm like running out of RAM? Let's see. OBS has... Oh, it's only using 700 megs of RAM. Which is quite a lot. Looks like only 560 of it. Although, none of these are increasing. I kind of expect them to. Maybe it's buffering it somewhere and I just don't see it, but... how much RAM do I have? Yeah. A little excessive, but this machine has 64 gigs of RAM. I recently built this one because my previous computer died. I think I have, let's see. Where's the folder? Build. This was my computer build. This is my old computer. These are the parts that I took out of it. I ended up not using this drive because I have no... I need to run Java, yeah. This is my old disk drive. I ended up not putting a disk drive into my new computer. This is the obligatory parts photo. This is kind of a square case, which I was like, I'm gonna just try something new and see how it goes. But I kind of like the square case. It's a very different form factor from what I've traditionally built. I've normally built just like normal towers. The one thing that I tried differently for this build is I used liquid cooling for the processor, which was actually like way easier to set up than fans. So like, I don't think I'll ever do fans again. Because this was just like clip in and I was done. Now granted I put it in backwards the first time, so maybe it's not easier, but I really like the setup for that. This is me starting to put things together. There's the motherboard in place, processor, power supply. I was messaging someone on Facebook at the time. Still putting parts together. This is my living room, by the way. This is the cooler, the processor cooler is in. You're about to, oh, also the memory is in. 64 gigs of RAM. A graphics card, which was really heavy. This is the mess that my living room was. It's cleaned up now, fortunately. Ignore my messy cables. I did eventually clean them up, but not in these photos. Unless you work with a lot of audio files or do video editing, you won't need that. Yeah, I do video editing sometimes, so It is actually useful. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever hit the like 64 gig limit, but I've definitely hit like 32 before. And my previous machine was 16, and I was definitely feeling the memory pressure all the time on that machine. Also, this was before I got NVMe drives, which are fancy fast SSDs. I've made an old fish tank and Vaseline PC without fans. That sounds cool. I have 8. I would definitely feel the memory pressure from that. What was I using when I looked at this? I'm using 14 gigs of RAM right now. Oh, wait, yeah, 13 and change. But I use C++, so it's enough. I'm sure you've seen the like internal GCC error from out of memory it with 8. And this is the eventual setup that I'm currently sitting in front of right now. This is actually an old screen. I bought this and spent all of my money on it in high school. In 2007? Yeah, 2007 I purchased this. Then I had to purchase a computer that was beefy enough to run the monitor, because back then 2560 by 1600 was a pretty insane resolution. And then this is a 4K monitor that I just bought, which I put like stream information stuff on it. And this is it turned on with the actually the same background that I'm using right now. And this is the day after, like, oh god, what is my living room? A complete disaster. But that's my computer build. I do C, so it fits on microcontrollers. Nice. Yeah, then you probably don't run into the ridiculous problems there. Cool bike. Yeah, I actually have 2 bikes in that photo. I have my exercise bike and my not exercise bike. This is my exercise bike. This is my road bike. It's all right. It's a cross trail, so it's not as fast as I would want it to be, but I've put somewhere around like 10,000 miles on it because I really like to bike. It's one of my hobbies. So I've had this for 4 years now, so I do about 2,000 miles a year or so. Although there was a 2-year stretch where I just didn't bike at all, so weight that as you will. I've put almost 10,000 miles on this, and I've only had it for 2.5 years, so I've done a lot more of this per year, I guess. But that's my living room. Anyway, back to this. I was trying to do these option section things. Oh yeah, MATLAB you need a lot of RAM for. Same with Maple, if you've ever used Maple. Maple is basically the crappy MATLAB. But I wrote more Maple than I wanted to in college. Just because that was what our math department used. I guess I don't need to do this. Oh yeah, and my linter is Python 3.6, so it doesn't know about breakpoint, unfortunately. I guess maybe if I... Is this enough to trick Flake 8 to not do that? Hey, it is. Oh, that's sneaky. Super sneaky. What was I doing? Right, I was doing this. So we've gotten to the point where we've kind of formatted stuff. I think the next thing to do is to make the lists look nice. You set the list, can have duplicates. I'm just going to try and reproduce the original values. But I could use set on them. Oh, did I? Yeah, that muscle memory is going to take a while. So it's really like new line plus, or new line indent plus new line indent dot join list. Why is that one space different? Oh, because it's one space different. Oh, and if it's only one length? Oh, that was not what I wanted. Maybe I don't need to indent. Why is this so weird? Oh, it's tabs. No, nobody wants tabs. Surely I can configure that though, right? In worst case, I can just dot replace tab with 4 spaces. What happened to the CSS here? Oh, no answer. 2018. Alright, you ready for this? I'm gonna use breakpoint and not PVB. Oh, I'm just gonna read the code. It's gonna be faster than trying to read documentation. Looks like it doesn't give us a choice. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, hard-coded tabs. Yep, that's fine. We can hack around that. Write requires a string IO, but received a stir. Oh, I need to construct it. Okay, that's better. No more tabs. This section looks completely correct. We just need to handle these sections, so entry points and extras required. Emoji. Like seeing what's sad. No tabs. Yeah, I don't like tabs. Thanks for the idea. I modified the script. I forget which idea. which idea was that, Sarcastic Dante? Oh, but this should really be its own line, probably. I compile the code from standard instead of creating a directory and files. Oh yeah, this thing that I was trying to do over here. What's the actual invocation that you ended up using? Cause mine's crappy. Like what was your call? Because mine didn't work. I didn't know what I was doing. I guess I could open up your gist again. I assume you pushed it. Oh, you haven't changed it yet. I see, not yet. -E -x C++. Oh, that would do it. That's what I was trying to remember the argument for, but it was lowercase x. I was less clever than I thought I was. So I'm starting to think for lists that I shouldn't confine them to a single line, and I'll just float them under. It actually makes the code simpler. I'll bet. I liked when this was one line, but I don't like when this is not one line. So maybe I'll special case this one. Yeah, I'll special case that one. So now I need to special case that one. First we get rid of one extra new line at the end. There's still too many new lines, but... Or we can just call strip. Okay, now it's the right line ending. Oh, but we also need to like load the current value in. So they have to merge. It's a bummer. Boost is 120,000 lines. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. What? That did not do what I wanted. Uh-oh. This needs to happen here. That did not do what I wanted either. Is it just like killing my new line? Maybe opt-parse has a... Ugh. Yeah, like here's that console scripts entry. It must just not display that nicely. Wait, this looks completely wrong. Like, why is this a list? What is going on here? Oh, these are still lists here. Oh, because we've already stuck it into the config at this point. Shoot. I'm surprised that Boost's regex is so much larger than standard regex. Well, I guess it came first, so maybe it has more features. I wonder if config has an update. Oh, I don't want to bookmark this page. Nope. Look guys, I used breakpoint again. Oh, my dict comprehension is very wrong. That does have an update. That looks good. So it works for AST pretty now, I guess. Although I think AST pretty also has a setup.cfg. Yes, it does. So I need to load that as well. I'll do that later. Let's try and do the more complicated one, which doesn't have this working yet. Alright, this is the find packages call, which has... How does that function look? Where exclude include? And where defaults to dot? But we have to set up this section for that. I basically need to parse both the arguments and the keyword arguments. But I know the keyword arguments in order. Where exclude include? So let's just assume for this second that I had put dot there, which I don't need, but I put it there for whatever reason. So if we zip the forget what the constant was called, so I'm looking it up in the other tab. We can get it to a list, which is good. And then if we do list, then we get a mapping type. Yay! That's what I wanted. Oh, it just barely fits. Nice. What is this section called? Options.packages.find. Nice. That is close, but no cigar. Looks like tuples also need to be converted to in the same as lists. And it looks like I want a special case the same way I did with entry points on package data. This needs to be sequenced now, since we're passing both lists and tuples into it. Let's special case this. Well, this has gone from a crazy idea to actually working, so I'm pretty excited about that premise. I didn't think I'd be able to do this, but there it is. This converted properly, it looks like. Nuts. All that's left is to do the README file thing for pre-commit, which is going to be hard. Wait. Uh-oh. To do unparsable long description. So I basically need to find exactly the code construct that I saw at exactly the model scope and handle that. I should really make that an error instead of print. Oh. But do I want to continue on this? I think I'm probably gonna call it here, because I've been at the computer for 4 hours now, and I didn't have lunch, and so I'm gonna go get lunch and probably at this point dinner. But thank you guys all for stopping by. If you want to get updates on the stream, you can follow me on Twitter, which is twitter.com/codewithanthony. I know it's different from Anthony Writes Code. I really suck at brand consistency. And if you missed any part of the stream, you can also you'll be able to find the full stream contents on YouTube. And for YouTube, that's the same as my Twitch handle, so youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. But yeah, thank you guys all for coming out, and it was fun chatting with you guys, even though I didn't spend too much of the stream actually writing code. I probably spent most of it just like shooting the shit about random projects that I've worked on. But yeah, thank you all again, and hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, and I'll hopefully see you next time. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow, but no promises. But anyway, thank you all again, and have a good one.